day one in this campaign, and I suspect many of you were down on the lake with me when we announced on that beautiful day. What I have said is that this campaign is not just about electing a president, it is about making a political revolution. And what that revolution is about is bringing millions of people into the political process. Working people who have been so disillusioned they no longer vote, young people who have never been involved. What the political revolution is about is bringing our people together, black and white, Latino, Asian American. Gay and straight, people born in America, people who have immigrated to America. When we bring our people together, when we do not allow the Donald Trumps of the world to divide us up, when we bring our people together, and when we have the courage to stand up to the billionaire class and tell them they can't have it all. That our government belongs to all of us, not just super PACs and wealthy campaign contributors. Now, tonight, you're going to see a lot of election results come in. And let me remind you of what the media often forgets about. This is not a general election. It's not winner take all. If you get 52%, you get 48%, you roughly end up with the same amount of delegates in a state. By the end of tonight, we are going to win many hundreds of delegates. Months ago, as you know, better than any other group in America, when we were out on the lake, we were at 3% in the polls. We have come a very long way in 10 months. At the end of tonight, 15 states will have voted, 35 states remain. And let me assure you that we are going to take our fight for economic justice, for social justice, for environmental sanity, for a world of peace to every one of those states. Now, Wall Street may be against us, and the super PACs may be against us, but you know why we are going to win? Because our message is resonating, and the people, when we stand together, will be victorious. So on a personal note, I want to thank all of you for the love and the friendship that you have given our family. You have sustained me. And I am so proud to bring Vermont values all across this country. So thank you again for helping us win here in Vermont tonight. And I look forward this evening to just saying hello to so many old friends. So thank you all very much.
five states under her belt, and she is supposed to be speaking momentarily from her headquarters in Miami.
Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Standing far away, getting close. Mic check, 1, 2. Final mic check. Malt boxes, volume levels, set everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, over there.
down barriers so we can all rise together. And I am so delighted to be here with you in Florida. I congratulate Senator Sanders on his strong showing and campaigning, and I'm grateful to all of you who voted for me, to the volunteers and organizers. I know you've worked your hearts out, and to all my friends, many of a lifetime who traveled to all the states to tell people about the candidate they knew, and to the hundreds of thousands of people who went to HillaryClinton.com to give what they could, most less than $100. Now this campaign moves forward to the Crescent City, the Motor City, and beyond. We're going to work for every vote, and we will need all of you to keep volunteering, contributing, doing everything you can, talking to your friends and neighbors, because this country belongs to all of us, not just those at the top. Not just to people who look one way, worship one way, or even think one way. America prospers when we all prosper. America is strong when we're all strong. And we know we've got work to do. But that work is not to make America great again. America never stopped being great. We have to make America whole. We have to fill in what's been hollowed out. We have to make strong the broken places, restitch the bonds of trust and respect across our country. Now, it might be unusual, as I've said before, for a presidential candidate to say this, but I'm going to keep saying it. I believe what we need in America today is more love and kindness. Because you know what? You know what? It works. Instead of building walls, we're going to break down barriers and build ladders of opportunity and empowerment so every American can live up to his or her potential, because then and only then can America live up to its full potential too. Now, it's clear tonight that the stakes in this election have never been higher, and the rhetoric we're hearing on the other side has never been lower. Trying to divide America between us and them is wrong, and we're not going to let it work. You know, whether we like it or not, we're all in this together, my friends. And we all have to do our part. But unfortunately, too many of those with the most wealth and the most power in this country today seem to have forgotten that basic truth about America. You know, yesterday I was at the Old South Meeting House in Boston, where nearly 2.5 centuries ago, American patriots organized the original Tea Party. And I had to wonder what they would make of corporations that seem to have absolutely no loyalty to the country that gave them so much. What would they say about student loan companies that overcharge young people struggling to get out of debt? Even young men and women serving our country in the military, or corporations that shift their headquarters overseas to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. Like Johnson Controls, an auto parts company from Wisconsin that all of us, we taxpayers, helped to bail out with the auto rescue back in 2008, now they're turning their back on America. Now, I'm not interested in condemning whole categories of people or businesses. I'm just interested in making things right. So let there be no doubt. If you cheat your employees, exploit consumers, pollute our environment, or rip off the taxpayers, we're going to hold you accountable. But if you do the right thing, if you invest in your workers and in America's future, then we'll stand with you. We all need to work together to break down the barriers holding back our families and our country, because the middle class needs a raise. And more good jobs, jobs that pay enough for a family to live on. Even put a little away for retirement, jobs that provide dignity and a bright future. That's why we have to invest in manufacturing and infrastructure and small business and clean energy. Enough clean energy to power every home in America. Don't let anybody tell you we can't make things in America anymore, because we can, we are, and we will. And together we can break down the barriers that face working class families across America, especially in struggling Rust Belt communities and small Appalachian towns that have been hollowed out by lost jobs and lost hope. Families who for generations kept our lights on and our factories running. Together we can break down barriers for our kids so they get the education they need and deserve. Every child in America should have a great school and a great teacher, no matter what zip code they live in. Together, we can break down barriers for women and finally guarantee equal pay for equal work. And we can break down barriers for families who've seen too many black children harassed, humiliated, and even killed. We can break down barriers for voters in North Carolina who've been systematically disenfranchised and disempowered. We can break down barriers for hardworking immigrants everywhere who are too often exploited and intimidated. We have to defend all our rights, workers' rights and women's rights, civil rights and voting rights, LGBT rights and rights for people with disabilities. And that starts by standing with President Obama when he nominates a strong, progressive justice to the Supreme Court. I know too many Americans have lost faith in our future. We hear it in the voices of parents who don't know how they're going to give their kids the opportunities they deserve. We see it in the eyes of working men and women who don't expect anything to come easy, but wonder why it has to be quite so hard. Like many of you, I find strength and purpose in the values I learned from my family and my faith. They gave me simple words to live by, an old Methodist saying, do all the good you can for all the people you can for as long as you can. And that is why That is why I believe deeply that if we resist the forces trying to drive us apart, we can come together to make this country work for everyone, the struggling, the striving, and the successful. If we all do our part, we can restore our common faith in our common future. That's the spirit powering this campaign. It comes from the young janitor in Arkansas who stopped buying junk food and put off getting a haircut so he could contribute to it. It comes from the disabled combat veteran from Nebraska who sent in $10. In 70 years of his life, he had never donated to a political campaign until now. You can join us too. Please go to HillaryClinton.com, make a donation, text JOIN to 47246, and let me leave you with a story that has inspired so many of us. By now, we all know what happened in Flint, Michigan, don't we? How a city's children were poisoned by toxic water because their governor wanted to save a little money. But there's another story in Flint. It's a story of a community that's been knocked down but refused to be knocked out. It is hundreds of union plumbers coming from across the country to help install new water fixtures. It's students raising funds for water deliveries and showing up to distribute supplies. It's the United Auto Workers and General Motors donating millions of dollars to help. And when I visited Flint a few weeks ago, I went to the House of Prayer Missionary Baptist Church. The congregation locked arms and sang, "We've come too far from where we started from. They're not about to quit now. We know there are many other Flints out there, communities that are hurting and need help. But we've come too far in this country to let us turn back. We're going to build on the progress that we've made. We saved the auto industry thanks to President Obama. Now we've got to create new jobs and industries of the future. We now have insured 90% of Americans thanks to President Obama. Now we've got to finish the job and get to 100%. We have come too far to stop now. We've got to keep going, keep working, keep breaking down those barriers, and imagine what we can build together when each and every American has the chance to live up to his or her own God-given potential. Thank you all so very much. Thank you.
Away for millions. But here's the good news. We do not have to remain on the road we are on right now. And when I am President of the United States, we will not just save the American dream, we will expand it to reach more people than ever. In just the last week, since the Thursday debate, I have been inundated with emails and calls from people all across this country who are joining our effort. If you are watching tonight, I ask you to join our effort. Go to marcorubio.com. Sign up to be a part of our team. Because what's at stake, my friends, is not just the future of America, but also the future of the conservative movement. 36 years ago, Ronald Reagan defined conservatism for a generation. It is not a coincidence that so many young Americans, my age and a few years older, are all people who believe in the American dream and in the conservative message. Because we are the children of the Reagan Revolution. We believe in free enterprise. We believe in a strong national defense. We believe in limited government. We believe in the Constitution of the United States. We believe the world is a better place when America is the strongest country on earth. And we know that America's strongest when it stands with its allies. Allies like Israel. We will always be on their side. We stand for freedom in Cuba, in Venezuela, in Nicaragua. These things are not negotiable. These things are not negotiable. But there are some people in this race that aren't strong on these issues. The other day, Donald Trump was asked, will you take sides? Will you take side with Israel in face of its enemies? And he said he's not taking sides. Donald Trump says he's not taking sides, he wants to be impartial. I want you to know something. When I'm President of the United States, we are taking sides. We are on Israel's side. And the world will know we're on Israel's side, because on my first day in office, we will cancel Barack Obama's deal with Iran. When I'm President of the United States, for the first time in 8 years, we'll have a president that follows the Constitution, not violates it every day. It'll begin on my first day in office, because on my first day in office, I am going to cancel every single one of Barack Obama's unconstitutional executive orders. When I'm President of the United States, you will have a president that believes in free enterprise and actually offers ideas to save it. I believe in free enterprise, not because my parents were wealthy. I didn't inherit $100 million. I didn't start out with a small $2 million loan from my dad. My father was a bartender on Miami Beach. And the reason why he had a job is because free enterprise works. If any community in America understands that socialism doesn't work, it's right here in Miami and it's right here in Florida. When I'm president, we're going to reduce our taxes and regulations. We're going to save Social Security and Medicare and balance our budget. We're going to fully utilize our energy resources. And my plan is a lot more than just getting rid of the lines around the states. On health care, we are going to repeal and replace Obamacare once and for all. When I'm President of the United States, we are going to rebuild the United States military. When I'm president, we're going to have a real war on terror, which means the best intelligence agencies in the world will find the terrorists. The best military in the world will destroy them. And if we capture them alive, they're not getting a court hearing, they're not getting a lawyer, they're going to Guantanamo. When I'm President of the United States, we are going to take care of our veterans again. God bless our veterans. And by the way, when I'm President of the United States, you will have a president that every day will do what I will do right now. I want to thank our firefighters and our police officers for everything they do for us. And you will have a president that will never apologize for defending your Second Amendment right to protect yourself and your family. These are indeed difficult times, and many people are struggling. I know many of you are struggling. Do not give in to the fear. Do not give in to anger. Do not give in to sham artists and con artists who try to take advantage of your suffering and your hardships. Instead, believe, as we always have as a nation and as a people, that if we do what needs to be done, America's greatest days are always yet to come. We have real problems, and we will confront those problems, and we will fix it. We will leave our children as the freest and most prosperous Americans that ever lived. This is what we're going to do. Because we always believe in this country that tomorrow can be better than today. There is a lot of work to be done. There is a lot of work to be done. For we are all the inheritors of the dreams and hopes of those who came before us. For 200 years, each generation of Americans has done their part. Now the time has come for our generation to do our part. And when I'm President of the United States, this generation will do its part, not just to save the American dream, but ensure that it reaches more people than it has ever reached before. And that's why I'm so passionate about this election. That's why I want you to understand that no matter how long it takes, no matter how many states it takes, no matter how many weeks and months it takes, I will campaign as long as it takes and wherever it takes to ensure that I am the next President of the United States. We will not allow the party of Lincoln and Reagan to fall into the hands of a con artist. We will not allow the next President of the United States to be a socialist like Bernie Sanders. And we will not allow the next President of the United States to be someone under FBI investigation like Hillary Clinton. I will unite this party and we will grow it. And we will win in November, and we will turn this country around. The stakes are too high, and we will do whatever it takes. We have some states awaiting for me in the next few days, but then we're coming to Florida. And 2 weeks tonight, you will send a message to the nation and the world that America's greatest days are yet to come. Just a few brief words in Spanish, and I want to close in English. Porque estamos en Miami. Nosotros estamos dispuestos a hacer campaña en los 50 estados. En Puerto Rico y donde tenga que ir para asegurarnos que el partido de Reagan y de Lincoln sigue siendo un partido conservador, de principios, de seriedad, comprometido a la libertad, a la democracia, a la libre empresa y a la Constitución de los Estados Unidos. Florida, I know you're ready. The pundits say we're underdogs. I'll accept that. We've all been underdogs. This is a community of underdogs. This is a state of underdogs. This is a country of underdogs. But we will win. And when we do, we will do what needs to be done. And our children will be the freest and most prosperous Americans that have ever lived. And the American dream will change more lives than ever before. And we are going to leave for our children what Americans always leave their children: the single greatest nation in the history of all mankind. We are ready to turn this country around and usher in the new American century. I'm asking you at home tonight, come sign up for our effort. MarcoRubio.com, and together we will usher in the greatest era in the amazing history of America. Thank you and God bless you. Buenas noches, Miami. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's hype it up every side. The Republican Party is going to break up. It's going to fracture. It's going to break. It's over. This time, the fault lines are getting clear. The Republican establishment would probably swing in behind Donald Trump, figuring he's a deal maker, and just try to accommodate the situation. But I don't know that conservatives will. I don't know that if the hardcore ideological conservatives, the kind of people who are supporting Cruz and Rubio, in fact, whether movement conservatives are ever going to be able to come in behind Trump. And I don't know that, I think Howie's quite right. I don't know that Trump particularly cares, because his objective, I think you're going to hear him declare very much victory, a bigly victory tonight, and that I don't think he cares. I think his eye's on Democrats moving to the middle in the general election.
And now we have a debate in 48 hours, Howie, with these candidates, and the question is, who will be on that stage on Thursday night at this point?
Right. Well, I don't see anyone necessarily dropping out in the next 48 hours, but if it's anything like the last debate, and we're going to have Trump under attack constantly, and at the same time, you know, Marco Rubio took some heat for playing the insult game with Trump and constantly interrupting him and mocking him, and that may not help him. A lot of people saying that's not really who Marco Rubio is.
But it helped Marco Rubio in the late deciders, did it not, Chris?
Yeah, it did. It was a boon to him. And, you know, the funny thing, the Republicans contracted their election calendar this time, so they didn't have something crazy happen.
Yeah. How'd that work out?
Happen. Well, guess what? They protected their front runner, except they didn't know it was going to be Donald Trump.
Something crazy did happen. Great to see you both.
You bet.
We're looking live at the Trump headquarters down in Mar-a-Lago, awaiting a press conference from Donald Trump. Just a quick fact, Ted Cruz and his super PAC spent $6.2 million in these southern states, Super Tuesday states. Rubio, $3.5 million. Donald Trump spent $1.1 million on Super Tuesday states, including $480,000 in Texas. He lost Texas tonight, but is a big winner in a number of other states. We're waiting for a press conference from Florida, when America's election headquarters continues.
Get out on the open road. I let the wind blow through my soul. At the wheel, I'm captain in command. I'm a rambling man, I won't be tamed. I'm a throwback to the good old days. Some call me an outlaw, maybe I am. When the wailing song comes on in my truck, I don't turn it down, I turn it up. Upside down, I get a rowdy crowd feeling right. When my boots hit the hardwood stage, I know why I was made. I'm here to raise a little hell tonight. Someone hands me whiskey in a cup. I don't turn it down, I turn it up. turn it down. But I get a little bit of that reckless feeling now and then. It's a hold and it won't let go until I give in. I can't get enough when it comes to what I love. I don't turn it down. I turn it up. I turn it up. I turn it up.
Take your precious time, babe. It don't matter 'cause you'll never have it. Take your jagged little thoughts and stack 'em up in your backyard and light a match. Watch 'em burn.
Take 'em for a ride, babe. They can't hold you 'cause you're always driving. What if you're the only reason that you're running off the rails and heading for another crash?
Wait to see from the candidate himself when he comes out to the lectern momentarily, we hope.
Let's bring back our panel, Britt, Kirsten, Dana, and Steve, who just lost his microphone.
Or his watch.
Sorry. Okay. Well, we'll start with you then. You're very antsy about it.
I don't think
Very excited. Can we hear you? Okay. What do you think?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Look, I mean, this is, as you said, this is a very, very good night for Donald Trump, shaping up to be a very good night for Donald Trump. Beyond just the wins, you start to look at the delegate math and you start to look at delegate projections. You know, Dave Wasserman with the Cook Report ran the numbers before the night began, was talking about what a good night would look like for Donald Trump, what a mediocre night would look like, and what a bad night would look like. He said over 300 delegates tonight would be a phenomenal night for Trump. 250 to 300 would be about what we expected, but the higher that goes, the better for Trump, and under 250 subpar. And it looks like Trump is certainly going to be in that middle section, maybe at the higher end of that. That's a good night for Donald Trump. Ted Cruz, if he wins 2 states, maybe 3 states, picks up a bunch of delegates, that's a good night for him. Marco Rubio, I think, has a tough argument. His argument gets tougher if he doesn't win any states. There's still the possibility of a Minnesota caucus, but he's got to say, I can win in Florida, and I can start winning the winner-take-all states, but he would be 0 for 15.
Right now, 0 for. As we'd like to take a look at the boards here, what's remaining, you have Vermont, where we can't call it yet, still too close to call, as you see there, battling between Donald Trump and John Kasich. And we also have Arkansas still out there, which we can't call as of yet, and Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, and Ted Cruz all battling for that. Dana.
Well, what I thought was interesting is that if you looked at Hillary Clinton's speech that she just gave, that was a general election speech, and she is absolutely just going to go for it. She's the presumptive nominee. She made history tonight as the first woman to do so. But in the exit polls, you see that Republicans, in all of the states they've had elections, very much want an outsider. If you look at the Democrats when they ask that question, they very much want somebody with political experience. And so just projecting ahead and looking to what that might be like, which one can win. You see the passion on both sides, but the turnout favoring Republicans, which I think is giving Democrats a little bit of pause.
And yet, you look at the states that are coming up, Britt, and Marco Rubio's argument is going to be, okay, I didn't win a state yet, but I came very close, and right now we're in a delegate race. And if Ted Cruz couldn't consolidate the South, an area that was supposed to be good for him, how's he going to consolidate voters up in Illinois and in Florida and in Michigan? Aren't I the man to do that? That's likely what his campaign's going to argue.
Yeah, of course they can argue that, but the math is what it is, and this is a big night, as everybody has said, for Donald Trump. It's maybe even bigger, as Steve has indicated, possibly than we expected. But it's a pretty good night for Ted Cruz too. I mean, winning those 2 states, he had to win Texas, but Texas is a big prize.
Oklahoma was, you know, that was a little bit of a bit of icing on the cake for him. He now has a valid claim to be the legitimate alternative to Donald Trump.
Cruz.
Cruz does. Rubio comes out of this so far, looks like with not much to hold on to, except the fact that he's still got money, he'll get some delegates, and he faces the moment of truth, really, the moment of ultimate truth in 2 weeks. We've talked about this earlier, his home state, and he's in tough shape in his home state.
But let me ask you this, because if you look at the numbers, drill down on the numbers in Virginia, for example, it looks like the reason Rubio didn't win there was Kasich. I mean,
well, that's one way argument.
Not to mention Trump. No, but Kasich took a fair amount of the vote. But if you look at the numbers there, just looking at this, in Virginia, a 55% majority of Virginia Republicans said they would be dissatisfied with Trump as the party's standard bearer. But Trump won Virginia tonight because even though they liked Rubio, Kasich took. Yeah.
That's right.
So that's his argument. He's going to say, all I need is for more people to drop out, and then I'll be the standard bearer.
That's been true in his case for weeks, and I think it's going to continue to be true. Kasich doesn't look like he's going anywhere, at least until Ohio. That's, what, 2 weeks off now. And you know, I think it's plausible to argue, as Rubio may, I don't think he's going to say it publicly, that had it not been for Kasich, he would have had, done much better tonight, won Virginia, perhaps won elsewhere. And the reason it's plausible is in most of these cases, if Cruz drops out, I don't think, I don't know how much of that support Rubio would get. Probably not all that much. Certainly he would have to divide it some with Trump, because a lot of Cruz people regard Trump as, their candidate, Cruz, as an outsider. They would go to Trump. But Kasich is a different matter altogether. He's the least conservative of the people remaining in the race, and Rubio would be more likely to pick up support from his followers certainly than Trump would. So it's a plausible argument to make. And I suspect that Republican office holders in Washington who would like to be reelected are thinking, John Kasich, you're killing us, because they're terrified of Trump for two reasons. One, of course, they think he'll drag them down to an unprecedented defeat, wipe out their majorities in both the Senate and the House while he's doing it. And they're also equally concerned that if he ever got elected, it would be a nightmare. So that's how they're looking at it. That's the people that, of course, are denounced all the time as the establishment, but they form the basis, the base of most Republican office holders. And to them, this is frightening, and Kasich has got to be driving them crazy.
Yeah, Charlie Hurd's still down there in D.C. Charlie, what are we going to hear from Donald Trump? He's going to say what? The race is over? Where there's rumored that perhaps Florida Governor Rick Scott may endorse Trump down there. We don't have that confirmed yet, but it's talked about. What are we going to hear?
Well, I think that he is obviously going to rightly declare a considerable victory in a broad, honestly, races across the country of every demographic in the Republican Party, from the Northeast across the South. And I think that he is going to, I hope he doesn't just say that it's over, because of course it is absolutely not over. And I think the night got better for Ted Cruz. His position got a lot better because he's going to clearly overtake Marco Rubio in the delegate count tonight, I think, without any doubt. But really, the results tonight reveal just what tall cotton Donald Trump is in and has been, coming into tonight, and that is that he's actually benefited by the fact that Ted Cruz won his home state. He's actually benefited by the fact that Marco Rubio did as well as he did in Virginia, and because that's going to keep both of them in there. And as long as both Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio remain in this race, Donald Trump is going to sort of cruise along this glide path, hovering around 50%, maybe not breaking 50% like he would like to, but as long as the two of them are sort of mixed up, they're double digits behind him, and he's just vacuuming up the delegates he needs. That's the safest, surest way Donald Trump can cruise to the Republican nomination.
Getting two sources saying that Governor Rick Scott is in fact going to endorse Donald Trump.
Kirsten, what do you think at this point, if the Republican race is shaping up for Trump and on the Democratic side for Hillary, what does Hillary Clinton think of running against Donald Trump?
Well, the Democrats think that running against Trump is probably a good thing. They may come to regret that, and they've laid out, the New York Times had a big story today that they have basically the plan is going to be focusing on the fact that he's a misogynist, that he's a bigot, and all of these different issues, trying to sort of make him toxic to voters. But at the same time, I think there's some concern about him because he actually does have probably a much more broader-based support than a Ted Cruz, for example. So even if we look at Ted Cruz winning Oklahoma, well, Ted Cruz, of course he won Oklahoma. It's one of the most conservative states in the country. He should be winning there. And so I think, if you look at Donald Trump, you have somebody who's winning all kinds of people all over the map. I mean, he wins in the Northeast, he wins in the South. I mean, he's winning Massachusetts, and then, he's winning in Georgia, and he's winning Alabama. I mean, this is somebody who could potentially almost have a sort of a Reagan Democrat kind of
That's the thing, is because Trump has put together a coalition unlike any other we have seen in recent history. He wins with the working class, he wins with the middle class. His numbers with minorities are not strong, and you do need people of color in order to be elected to the presidency. And so the question is whether he can get those to shore up his numbers with whites. White working class, white middle class in both parties. Dana?
Well, if you look at the Electoral College, I think that he very well could give the Democrats a run for their money for those very elusive states that Republicans always think, gosh, it was this close. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, that whole area with blue-collar workers, yes, he absolutely could turn voters out and give Hillary Clinton a real pause in those places.
But Kirsten, you said Oklahoma is one of the most conservative states. It also is a state that went to Bernie Sanders tonight.
Right. Well, on the Democratic side, it has a lower African-American population than in the other southern states. And so that's likely why he did better there. It's still a win. The problem for Bernie Sanders is that, and this is the argument the Hillary Clinton campaign is going to start making, probably through surrogates and reporters, is that mathematically it's looking pretty impossible for Bernie Sanders at this point. And they want to argue even taking superdelegates out of the issue. That if you look at it,
don't say superdelegates. It just confuses the rest of us.
It'll take us 5 minutes.
Yes.
We don't have time.
We'll get back to that as we get closer. All right, panel, stand by. Donald Trump set to hold a news conference at his campaign headquarters in Florida any moment now. We are standing by live for that.
Our special Super Tuesday coverage continues next, live from America's election headquarters.
It hasn't gone on, it's been too long. Still don't remember how I did you wrong. I never thought about the consequences. Took a while to re-hate my status, and I remember you loving me, but not for long. The second I let go, you were gone. Now it's my mind and reminiscences. My heart and soul have come to the consensus that now it's been my whole life trying to come to see you. We make a path through the biggest mountain that you can walk on through. Yes, I can scream a million times I love you. Every word would be true. Missing you is all I can do. Well, I guess I'll just blame it on a place and time. Please believe I must have lost my mind on a midnight thing. Your tears fell like rain. Girl, I never meant to cause you pain, but I went back to nothing. Well, only because I meant sworn that I'd love her love for all of eternity. But I can't escape your memory.
Tonight, Donald Trump has won Georgia and Massachusetts, Alabama and Virginia. And he's also won the great state of Tennessee. Tonight is the beginning of Donald Trump bringing the Republican Party together for a big victory this November. Tonight is the beginning of Donald Trump bringing the people of our nation together to help America win again. And tonight, in all those states who supported Mr. Trump today, all the ones who voted across this country, our message is to begin to get ready for the fight that is coming this fall. The fight this fall is to make sure that a united Republican Party and a united American people make sure that Hillary Rodham Clinton never gets back in the White House. Since June 16th, when Mr. Trump declared his candidacy, he has shown himself to be tough and strong and bold. He's shown himself to be a fighter, a leader who speaks plainly to the American people. He has listened to the American people. The American people are listening to him, and he is bringing the country together. That, ladies and gentlemen, is not a campaign, it's a movement. America wants to come together. America wants to be strong and successful again, but they know that to do that, they need to have a strong, bold, tough, decisive leader back in the Oval Office. And they have that man after tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you the next President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Chris, thank you very much. I appreciate it. This has been an amazing evening. Already we've won 5 major states, and it looks like we could win 6 or 7 or 8 or 9. It's really been great. I want to congratulate Ted on the winning of Texas. He worked hard on it, and I know how hard he worked, actually. And so I congratulate Ted Cruz on that win. That was an excellent win. We're going to make America great again, folks. We're going to make it great again. And, you know, I watched Hillary's speech, and she's talking about wages have been poor, and everything's doing badly, but we're going to make it. She's been there for so long. I mean, if she hasn't straightened it out by now, she's not going to straighten it out in the next 4 years. It's just going to become worse and worse. She wants to make America whole again, and I'm trying to figure out what is that all about. Make America great again is going to be much better than making America whole again. So I just want to say that this was an exciting evening. It's so great to be in Florida. It's so great to be at Mar-a-Lago with friends and the press and the media and everybody. I know it was a very tough night for Marco Rubio. He had a tough night, but he worked hard. He spent a lot of money. He is a lightweight, as I've said many times before. But you know what? We're going to go to Florida. We're going to spend so much time in Florida. We've got about a 20-point lead. I know that a lot of groups, a lot of the special interests, and a lot of the lobbyists and the people that want to have their little senator do exactly as they want, they're going to put $20 or $25 million into it over the next 2 weeks from what just came over the wires. And frankly, I think that's fine. As far as I'm concerned, it's fine. And if he wins, they'll have total control. But he's not going anywhere anyway. But we'll see what happens. But we're going to spend a lot of time in Florida. The Virginia win was just a great win because it's a place that is just spectacular and a place that we have big investments in, as we have in Florida. Remember, we have thousands of employees in Florida, all along Miami, Doral and Mar-a-Lago and so many other places. And it's been an amazing place to invest. It's been amazing to have so many wonderful employees, some of whom are here tonight, really urging us on. And, you know, I have thousands of employees all over the country, actually all over the world. But for purposes of tonight, we'll just say all over the country. And it's been just so beautiful to watch this company grow and to watch it grow so strongly. Recent articles came out talking about how great a company we built. And now we want to put that same ability into doing something for our nation. I mean, our nation is in serious trouble. We're being killed on trade, absolutely destroyed. China is just taking advantage of us. I have nothing against China. I have great respect for China, but their leaders are too smart for our leaders. Our leaders don't have a clue. And the trade deficits at $400 billion and $500 billion are too much. No country can sustain that kind of trade deficit. It won't be that way for long. We have the greatest business leaders in the world. on my team already. And believe me, we're going to redo those trade deals, and it's going to be a thing of beauty. You look at countries like Mexico, where they're killing us on the border, absolutely destroying us on the border. They're destroying us in terms of economic development. Companies like Carrier Air Conditioner just moving into Mexico, Ford moving into Mexico, Nabisco closing up shop in Chicago and moving into Mexico. We have to stop it, folks. I know how to stop it. We're going to create jobs. We're going to create jobs like you've never seen. We're going to lower taxes. I have a plan that Larry Kudlow and so many others think is the best plan they've seen. We're going to lower taxes substantially for the middle class. The middle class has been forgotten in our country. It really helped and really probably was the predominant factor in making our country into a country that we all love so much and we're all so proud of. But we've forgotten the middle class, and we're going to lower taxes. We're lowering taxes on business. You look at all the companies that are moving out. When you see Pfizer moving to Ireland, and you see so many other companies constantly, now they're leaving. They used to move from New York to Florida, or they'd move from New Jersey to someplace else, Chris. But now they're moving from here, but not that many people are leaving New Jersey. But Chris understands the problem, fully understands. Now they're leaving from places that they used to move to into other parts of the world. We can't let that happen. Well, we've lost our manufacturing jobs. We've lost our manufacturing. Millions and millions of jobs. Thousands and thousands and thousands of plants, manufacturing plants, warehouses. I mean, we are losing so much. We can't let it happen. I tell the story often about a friend of mine who is in the excavation business, and he always orders Caterpillar. And recently he ordered Komatsu tractors from Japan because they've cut the yen, they've devalued the yen to such an extent that it was virtually impossible for Caterpillar to compete. And I don't want that to happen. That's not going to happen. They shouldn't be allowed to do it. We have tremendous power over everybody because we are really the source. We have great, great power. The problem is we have politicians that truly, truly, truly don't know what they're doing. So we're going to work very, very hard. I'm so honored by this evening. If you would have told me on June 16th, when I was with my wife, Melania, and we came down the escalator in Trump Tower, and it looked literally, well, a little bit like this. You have a lot of cameras here tonight. It looked literally like the Academy Awards. I never saw so many cameras in my life. And it takes courage to run. I'll tell you what, it takes a lot of courage to run for president. I've never done this before. I've been a job producer. I've done a lot of things, but this is something I've never done. But I felt we had to do it. When you look at the incompetence of the Iran deal, where we give $150 billion, we get absolutely nothing. When you look at all of the problems our country has, and you look at our military, which is really being depleted, rapidly depleted, we're going to make our military bigger and better and stronger than ever before, and nobody's going to mess with us, folks. Nobody. So it's just an amazing honor to have you with me tonight. And if you want press, I think we told you before it would be okay if you want to ask a few questions. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Trump, you said that your campaign is focused on uniting,
Yeah.
not dividing. Your
Right.
critics would suggest that you're dividing not just the country, but your party. There's been a lot of pressure recently to either support or reject you within the Republican Party specifically. Some strongly worded statements coming out in recent days, including one from a senator from Nebraska, Ben Sasse, who said, if Donald Trump ends up as the Republican nominee, conservatives will need to find a third party option.
Well, they can always do that, and then they'll just lose everything, and that would be the work of a loser. But let me just explain something. If you've seen what's happened, whether you go to South Carolina, where I had a huge victory, where we had a tremendous victory in New Hampshire, tremendous in Nevada, you look at what's happened, and tonight, of course, is the best of all. I mean, right now they're projected, I guess, 6, but it could be 7, 8, 9. And major states, it's Georgia, Alabama, Massachusetts, Tennessee, Virginia. And, you know, these are amazing states, and we're going to probably get a lot more. In fact, we're projected to have some pretty good additional numbers. But I will say this, look, we have expanded the Republican Party. when you look at what's happened in South Carolina and you see the kind of numbers that we got in terms of extra people coming in, they came from the Democratic Party or the Democrat Party, and they're Democrats and they're longtime Democrats, and they were never going to switch, and they all switched, and they were independents. And we've actually expanded the party. Look at the number of votes we had in that area as an example. 4 years ago, they had 390,000 or so votes. We doubled it. We were almost 800,000. Whereas the Democrats went down. There's much less enthusiasm for the Democrats. So, look, I'm a unifier. I know people are going to find that a little bit hard to believe, but believe me, I am a unifier. Once we get all of this finished, I'm going to go after one person. That's Hillary Clinton, on the assumption she's allowed to run, which is a big assumption. I don't know that she's going to be allowed to run. And I think that's frankly going to be an easy race. You see the polls. I beat Hillary in many polls. I know one thing. I don't think Marco's going to be able to beat her. I don't think, in all fairness, I think Ted's going to have a very hard time. But Ted at least has a shot because at least he's won a little bit. So I just tell you this. We are going to be a much finer party, we're going to be a unified party. I mean, to be honest with you. And we are going to be a much bigger party, and you can see that happening. We're going to be a much bigger party. Our party is expanding, and all you have to do is take a look at the primary states where I've won, and just look where we've gone from X number to a much larger number. That hasn't happened to the Republican Party in many, many decades. So I think we're going to be more inclusive. I think we're going to be more unified, and I think we're going to be a much bigger party, and I think we're going to win in November. Okay, yeah. Right. I'm just doing what's right. Look, Planned Parenthood has done very good work for millions of women. And I'll say it, and I know a lot of the so-called conservatives, they say that's really, because I'm a conservative, but I'm a common sense conservative. But millions of women have been helped by Planned Parenthood. But we're not going to allow and we're not going to fund as long as you have the abortion going on at Planned Parenthood, and we understand that, and I've said it loud and clear. And we'll see what happens. But Planned Parenthood, millions of people, and I've had thousands of letters from women that have been helped. And this wasn't a setup, this was people writing letters. I'm going to be really good for women. I'm going to be good for women's health issues. It's very important to me. Very important to me. And maybe that's not a perfect conservative view, but I can tell you one thing. I'm more conservative than anybody on the military, on taking care of our vets, on the border, on the wall, on getting rid of Obamacare and coming up with something much, much better, and certainly getting rid of Common Core and bringing education to a local level so that you're going to have good education for our children who are being absolutely starved for proper education. So, Sarah, I mean, you know, you can call it what you want, but I am a truth teller, and I will tell the truth, okay? Yeah, go ahead, finish it. Go ahead. I feel awfully good. I mean, I'm watching your people. I'm watching your people on, and I'm going to be very nice. I'm going to be very nice. I'm watching your people on CNN, and I'm watching the Fox people, and I'm watching the MSNBC people, too. Okay? See? I'm becoming diplomatic. And they are certainly being very nice to me tonight. I mean, you know, they're being very strong. And they are. They're declaring Marco Rubio the big loser of the night, which is true. He didn't win anything. He hasn't won anything, period. And by the way, and I have to tell you, and he was very, very nasty. I've never heard a person get up and speak on an evening like this and be so nasty, but he's got a right to be nasty. He hasn't won anything, and he's not going to win very much. But I do congratulate Ted because I know how hard Ted worked on Texas, and that's a big get. Now, I also did very well in Texas. I came in second. And one of the things my son Eric told me, which I didn't even realize, is that not only did I win most of the states, and some are coming in, and I'm expected to win them, but I came in second. I came in no worse than second. So it wasn't like I won and then I disappeared. The worst I had was a second. So I'm very, very honored by the turnout. Okay? Yes, go ahead. Right. Right. Oh, they're totally wrong. Look, I disavowed when in fact, Chris is my number one. When Chris gave me the honor of joining the campaign, he called me, said, Donald, what you've got is a movement. We spoke today in Kentucky. You've never seen a crowd like that. That had to be 20,000 people inside this massive convention center, and it was incredible. And every place we're speaking, if we have 10,000 people, it's like a small group. We had 35,000 people the other day in Alabama. And when Chris called, he said, this is a movement. This is something like I've never seen. And in all fairness to the press, a lot of the press have said the same thing. They've never seen what's happening right now. They've never seen anything like it. And I'm just honored by it. Now, when Chris joined, we had a news conference, and they asked me the exact same question. I said, I disavow. Now, right after the program that we're talking about, and I thought it was clear, but, you know, we're talking about groups. I do have to know the name of the group, because who knows? I mean, they have to give me the name of the group. But right after, when I reviewed it, I put out a tweet and I put out on Facebook that I totally disavow. Now, everybody knew I did that, but the press refused to look at that. It was right after. And I disavowed then. I disavowed today on ABC with George Stephanopoulos. I disavowed again. I mean, how many times are you supposed to disavow? But I disavow, and hopefully it's the final time I have to do it. But if you look at Facebook and if you look at Twitter, right after the show, I put out a statement because I want everybody to be sure. Yes, go ahead. No, it's not. But there is going to always be some negotiation. And it's going to be a good negotiation, not a bad negotiation. It's going to be a negotiation where we'll start at certain levels, and hopefully I will make a great deal and lots of great deals for the American people. So, you know, look, you can't go around just signing our little notices that the president signs all the time, executive orders. He signed executive order, executive order. It's almost like, I don't even know, does he ever go and deal with Congress anymore? Does he ever speak to the Senate? Does he ever speak with congressmen and get them into a room and get things done? You know, a good example of this, in all fairness, is something that is very, very important to me. Corporate inversion. Carl Icahn, who's a friend of mine who endorsed me, great businessman. It bothers him so much. He calls me about it all the time, where we're losing companies. And we're losing for two reasons. We're losing for a lot of reasons, but the taxes are too high. We're the highest tax nation in the world. And very importantly, they have trillions, for companies, trillions of dollars outside of this country. The Democrats agree it should be brought back in. The Republicans agree it should be brought back in. Everybody agrees it should be brought back in. I could sit in a room, or the Oval Office, for a period of literally a half hour, and I really believe I could get everybody, every single person. You know, it's one thing, they don't agree on health care, or they don't agree on Common Core, or they don't agree on other things, and they'll fight. Here's something, almost everybody agrees. These trillions and trillions of dollars should be brought into the country. The president can't make a deal. The reason is he doesn't know how to make a deal, probably doesn't work at it, probably doesn't care, but you're talking about tremendous amounts of money. So when you have something that everybody wants and you can't make a deal, there's something going on that's really wrong. And what it means is you have the wrong leader. Yes. Look, we are going to have a wall, I can tell you. We are going to have a wall. I watched the ex-president of Mexico, the arrogance of this man. And I get along great with the Hispanics. You saw in Nevada, I won in the poll, the Hispanic vote. I have thousands of people that work for me right now that are Hispanic. I've had thousands and thousands over my lifetime. These are great people. The Mexican leaders are too smart for our leaders. And you saw it. Vicente Fox, first of all, he used a word that you should never have. If I ever used that word, you folks would have never, ever, ever let me get away with it. Nobody even talked about the word he used, and this is the ultimate word. But he was angry at the concept of somebody saying that they were going to pay for the wall. Mexico's going to pay for the wall. We have a trade deficit with Mexico of $58 billion a year. $58 billion. The wall is going to cost $10 billion. It's so easy. I've had these guys that I'm on the stage with come, you don't really mean Mexico's going to pay for the wall. As sure as you're standing there, 100% Mexico's going to pay. 100%. Yeah. the reason is I'm a businessman. I know how to do this. Politicians are all talk, no action. It's not going to, except for Chris Christie, of course. It's not, look, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen with these people. So when you think of it, and then they say, you'll never be able to build a wall. Well, it's 2,000 miles, but we really need 1,000 miles. The Great Wall of China, built 2,000 years ago, is 13,000 miles, folks. And they didn't have Caterpillar tractors, because I only want to use Caterpillar if you want to know the truth. Or John Deere. I buy a lot of equipment from John Deere. I love John Deere too. But they didn't have tractors. They didn't have cranes. They didn't have excavation equipment. The wall is 13,000 miles long. We need 1,000 miles. And we have all of the materials. We can do that so beautifully. And this is going to be a serious wall. This is going to be a high wall. This is going to be a very serious wall. We're going to stop drugs from coming into New Hampshire. You know, when I won New Hampshire, those people were so incredible to me. And when you go, you wouldn't believe it because it's so bucolic, so beautiful. You look at the fields and you look at everything. It's so beautiful. And yet you go to a meeting in New Hampshire, their number one problem is heroin. The heroin is pouring in. And they have so many of their young people and other people addicted. And I told them, I'm going to stop it. I'm going to stop it. We're going to have a strong border, and I mean strong. And by the way, speaking of people, people are going to come in. And they're going to come into this country, but they're going to come in legally, okay? I have a lot of respect for Rick Scott. I don't know about his endorsement, but he's a friend of mine. I have a lot of respect for Rick Scott. Yeah. What? Got to find out what's going on. We've got a big problem. We have a big, big problem. I'll tell it like it is. We have a big, big problem. We got to figure it out. We're going to figure it out. Radical Islamic terrorism, big, big problem. Not only for us. You take a look at Germany. You take a look at Sweden. You take a look at Brussels. You look at some of these places, it's like a disaster. And we're not going to allow people to come into our country who we have no idea who they are. We have no idea where they come from. They have no paperwork. They're young and they're strong. You look at that migration line. They're young, they're strong, they're powerful. And you say, why aren't they back fighting for their country? Now, with all of that being said, I feel strongly. I have a bigger heart than anybody. We're going to build a safe zone. It's going to be in Syria. And I'm going to get the Gulf states who have more money than anybody. We got to loosen up their wallets a little bit. We're going to get, but they're not accepting people. We're going to get, wait. We're going to get the Gulf states to pay for it because they should. Okay. You heard what I said. I gave you a good answer. You heard what I said. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, we're going to bring them back. We're going to bring them back. Look, I'm telling you, you know how I'm going to bring them back? First of all, we're going to do great with the African Americans. And you see that in the polls, where I had one poll where I'm 25%. And one of the commentators, who I think is standing right in the back of the room in the corner, said, you know, if Donald Trump gets 25% of the African American vote, this election is over. You watch. And the reason I'm getting that, and I'm going to do great with the Hispanics, I'm going to do great with virtually every group. The reason is I'm going to bring jobs back. I'm going to get Apple to start making their computers and their iPhones on our land, not in China. How does it help us when they make it in China? So I'm going to create jobs. Okay? Go ahead. Go. Well, look, I always liked Marco until about a week ago when he decided to go hostile. He decided to become Don Rickles, okay? But Don Rickles has a lot more talent. And honestly, I did. I always liked him, but he became, you know, somebody told him, you're losing very badly. The only way you can possibly win, take the Hail Mary, they called it a Hail Mary, the folks in the back, and go hostile. It's hurt him. In fact, one of the newscasts tonight said he went down 15 or 20%. It's really hurt him. But look, I'm not going to tell him what to do. I'm not going to tell anybody what to do. You have to run. He had a bad night. According to CNN, Fox, I watched their broadcast. They say the loser of the night was Marco Rubio. And it's true. He didn't win anything. He hasn't won. I mean, at least you can say that Ted has won something. And, you know, Marco has not won. You've got to be able to win. You can't talk. You know, these politicians, all talk, no action. You got to be able to win something. He hasn't won anything. And he actually hasn't come very close. So we'll see what happens. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. I wasn't equivocating. Let's not ask it again. How many times do I say, listen, who are you, by the way? Who are you with? Okay, very good. Good job. Look, I don't want to waste a lot of time. I've disavowed. Okay, I'm going to get along great with Congress, okay? Paul Ryan, I don't know him well, but I'm sure I'm going to get along great with him. And if I don't, he's going to have to pay a big price, okay? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, on the right. Go ahead. Yes. I'm going to be a good president for the world, but we have a country that's in big trouble. Our infrastructure is going to hell. Our roads, our highways, our schools, our hospitals, our airports. I go throughout the world. I mean, you go to Qatar, you go to, who some people say Qatar, but you go to Qatar, you go to so many places. You go to different places in China, different places in Asia, different places in the Middle East. You look at some of the airports they have. You look at the roadways they have. You look at the transportation systems they have and the trains they have. We're like a third world country. So I'm going to be very good for the world. I'm going to get along with the world. You're going to be very proud of me. Even you will be very proud of me as a president. But we have to rebuild our country. Our country is going to hell, and people don't understand that. And Hillary Clinton doesn't have a clue. She can't do that. She's talking about, I mean, one of the things that has really bothered me, I think one of the reasons I have such great support, is that people, you take a look, people in the middle-income groups are making less money today, less money than they made 12 years ago. And in her speech, she just said, they're making less money. Well, she's been there with Obama for a long period of time. Why hasn't she done anything about it? Practically everything that she was complaining about, she's picked up what I say. The difference is she's been there for a long period of time. Why haven't they done anything about it? Then you look at her record as Secretary of State. It's abysmal. You look at what's going on with Syria. You look at what's going on with everything. It's a disaster. So we're going to have an interesting period of time. I don't know that she's going to be allowed to run. What she did is a criminal act. If she's allowed to run, I would be very, very surprised. But if she's allowed to run, honestly, it'll be a sad day for this country. Because what she did was wrong. And what she did, let me just tell you, what she did was wrong. And other people have done far less than her, and they paid a very, very big price. Okay, one or two more questions. Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy. Where did I say that? Where did I say it, Jeremy? Where? Tell me where. Tell me where. I didn't say that. Yeah, I'll negotiate. If the wall's going to be 50 feet, I'll take 2 feet off the wall. You didn't listen, Jeremy. At this moment, absolutely not. No. We either have a country or we don't. We have a country or we don't. We have borders or we don't have borders. And at this moment, the answer is absolutely not. Okay, how about one or two more questions? David, go ahead. Make it a nice question, David, please.
We're hearing some suggestions, including some from a few of your former aides, that some people inside the Republican National Committee are considering monkey wrenching with your delegates at the state level, trying to clear away, maybe even put them.
I think. Okay, go ahead.
At the end of the night, you may very well have made 15 states at this point. Is that enough of a brushback pitch that the RNC should just commit to honoring their? Or do you expect?
Well, look, I don't expect. I have a lot of respect for Reince and for the group, and I like the RNC. I don't know that I've been treated fairly or not. I really don't know. I can't tell you that. But I can tell you that I do respect them. What I really have is a great number of people. I have millions and millions of people. And when I was watching those broadcasts just a little while ago before I came in here, because I wanted to see exactly where we were before I started speaking, I was amazed at the kind of numbers. The Republicans have tremendous energy. The Democrats don't. They don't have any energy. Their numbers are down. Our numbers are through the roof. And people are making the statements they've never seen in modern times, a party that was so energized. I think if somebody is doing as well as I'm doing, and I'm not just speaking for myself, whether it's me or anybody else, but if I'm going to win 5, I've already won 5, but maybe it could be 6, 7, 8, 9, could be 9, could win 9 states tonight. I'm going to win all of these states with tremendous numbers. And if I'm going to come in, the worst is second in the 2 or 3 that I might not win. I think, you know, we're a democracy. I think it's awfully hard to say that's not the person we want to lead the party, right? You know, it's very hard. But I really think I think it's a great question, David, because I really think that one of the biggest things that everybody is seeing happening, and everybody, is the Republican Party has become more dynamic. It's become more diverse. We're taking from the Democrats. We're taking from the independents. We have a lot more people. We have a lot more people. I mean, take a look at South Carolina. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers from 4 years ago when nobody even wanted to waste their time and vote. And then you look at I was there, and you had lines that went a mile long, and it was virtually more than doubled. So we have a very, very dynamic party, and I think we're going to be able to unify the party. I hope to be able to get along with everybody. I don't know Paul Ryan well, but I hope to be able to get along with him. I do know Mitch McConnell a little bit, but I hope to be able to get along with him. But remember this, I have millions and millions and millions of people. This isn't like it's a close match. I mean, it's only too bad that winner didn't take all. Because if winner took all, this thing is over. We're just having a celebration. You know, we're having a celebration. So anyway, I would like to, look, I just want to end by thanking everybody. This has been an amazing period in my life. My wife just called, and Ivanka, as you know, is going to be having a baby very soon, and she's a special person, and it's going to be great, and we look forward to that. She's back in New York. She wanted to be here. They all wanted to be here, but they're with Ivanka now, and that could be certainly within the next week. But this has been an amazing period of time. It's been amazing for me, even from an educational standpoint. And I think, honestly, we've done something that almost nobody thought could be done. And I'm very proud of it. And I just want to leave you with this. I am a unifier. I would love to see the Republican Party and everybody get together and unify. And when we unify, there's nobody that's going to beat us. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Your life, and you were part of making history. This is where the excitement is. This is where the people are changing America and taking back our great country. I'm going to ask you to join me in sharing your excitement, and I would like to bring to the stage, and I want to prove the point that the people who have worked with Ted Cruz through the course of his life, I've known the man for 20 years, will tell you that this is not a man who changed last week or last year. This is a man who believes in the Constitution and always has. This is a man who loves his wife and loves his children and loves our Constitution and loves our country, and did long before he was a candidate for President of the United States, and that's why we're for Ted Cruz. And I would like to ask you to sustain that excitement, because I want to bring to the stage the man who has been campaigning across this great country for Ted Cruz, because he has seen the good that Ted Cruz has done. He's the Lieutenant Governor of the great state of Texas, our Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick. Give it up for him.
Let's hear it from Michael. We told the Republican establishment, we told the mainstream media, and we told Donald Trump, don't mess with Texas. who's going to be the next president of the United States? Wait a minute. I want them to hear it in the studios at Fox in New York. Who? All of America knows that one candidate for office is an authentic conservative. One candidate for office actually just about memorized the whole Constitution when he was in school. Donald Trump hasn't read it. Hillary Clinton doesn't follow it. It's in the blood, it's in the veins, it's in the bones of our Texas senator. You know, I've been saying for some time, traveling around the country with Ted and doing some TV interviews on the network, that it's a two-man race, and they didn't believe me. Well, let me tell you, folks, after tonight, it's a one-man show. Let's bring him out. I want to hear it. Ted Cruz. Who's going to be the next president? It starts tonight in Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, Ted Cruz.
Well, if you ask me where I come from, here's what I tell everyone. I was born by God's dear grace.
Thank you, Texas. God bless the Lone Star State. And God bless the great state of Oklahoma. In 324 days, Marine One will depart Washington, D.C. with a very important dignitary on board, former President Barack Obama. This much is certain. January 20th, 2017 will be President Obama's last day in office. And on that day, we will have a new President of the United States. Tonight, this campaign enters a new phase. We began with 17 Republican candidates. Through the first 4 states, the race narrowed considerably. Tonight was another decision point, and the voters have spoken. Tomorrow morning, we have a choice. So long as the field remains divided, Donald Trump's path to the nomination remains more likely. And that would be a disaster for Republicans, for conservatives, and for the nation. And after tonight, we have seen that our campaign is the only campaign that has beaten, that can beat, and that will beat Donald Trump. I congratulate Donald Trump on his victories tonight. But we are the only campaign that has beaten Donald Trump once, twice, 3 times. "15 states have now voted. Every one of those states so far has been won by either Donald Trump or myself. Republicans, together we have a choice. We are blessed with a deep, talented, honorable field. For the candidates who have not yet won a state, who have not racked up significant delegates, I ask you to prayerfully consider our coming together, uniting. For those who have supported other candidates, we welcome you on our team, standing united as one. That is the only way to beat Donald Trump. Head to head, our campaign beats Donald Trump resoundingly. But for that to happen, we must come together. And to Republican primary voters in upcoming states, you too have a choice. In our nation's darkest hours, FDR told us that we have nothing to fear but fear itself. JFK told us to ask not what our country could do for us, but to ask what we could do for our country. America shouldn't have a president whose words would make you embarrassed if your children repeated them. Our president should make us all proud, should inspire hope in all of us. We can nominate a Washington deal-maker, profane and vulgar, who has a lifelong pattern of using government power for personal gain. Or we can nominate a proven conservative who has fought consistently for working men and women and to defend the Constitution. It's our choice. Donald Trump has pledged to expand Obamacare into socialized medicine, with the federal government controlling and rationing your health care. As president, I will repeal every word of Obamacare. Donald Trump promises to cut deals with Democrats and to continue the Washington cronyism. Just like he supported Obama's TARP Wall Street bailout. I will stand with the people of this country and end corporate welfare. Adopt a flat tax and abolish the IRS. Trump funded the Gang of Eight. With your help, I led the successful opposition to the Gang of Eight's amnesty plan. Donald Trump supports Planned Parenthood. I will direct the Justice Department to investigate Planned Parenthood. Donald Trump promises to compromise with Harry Reid and Chuck Schumer on Supreme Court nominees. I will never compromise away our religious liberty. And unlike Donald Trump, I will never compromise away our Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. Donald Trump pledges to be neutral between Israel and the Palestinians. As president, I will not be neutral. America will stand unapologetically with the nation of Israel. Donald Trump says he will keep in place the Iranian nuclear deal to try to renegotiate it. I will rip to shreds this catastrophic Iranian nuclear deal on the very first day in office. If you're angry with Washington, I understand. But Donald Trump has been part of the Washington corruption for 40 years. He's Harry Reid's favorite Republican candidate. And Jimmy Carter's. Just yesterday, it was reported that the New York Times has a secret tape recording of Donald saying that he doesn't mean what he's saying on immigration. That it's all flexible, that he won't build a wall, that he won't deport illegal aliens. But Donald refuses to allow them to release the tape. Donald, release the tape. If you're telling the New York Times editorial board that you're lying to the voters have a right to know. Enough with the Washington corruption, with the deception, with using government to benefit the rich and powerful at the expense of the American people. 5 years ago, I promised the people of Texas that I would fight with every breath in my body to stop Obamacare, to stop amnesty and to secure the border, to stop the debt that is bankrupting our kids and grandkids, to defend religious liberty, the Second Amendment, and the Bill of Rights. And I have kept my promise. That's why we were supported in this election by Texas Governor Greg Abbott. By Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, our campaign chairman. By former Governor Rick Perry, a true patriot. By nearly half of the Republican state legislators in Texas. And by thousands upon thousands of Republican women and grassroots activists. They know my record. They know me personally. They know my heart. And they know that I have kept my word to fight for them each and every day. America, I'll do the same as president. Together, we will repeal Obamacare. Abolish the IRS. Pull back the EPA regulators that are killing small businesses. Stop amnesty and secure the borders. And the result will be small businesses exploding, millions of high-paying jobs, wages going up, and young people coming out of school with 2, 3, 4, 5 job offers. From this day forward, let us together show that Reagan's love, optimism, and faith in the American people were not misplaced. Let us show that we will not let the American light go out, that we will fight for our Constitution, for life, and for freedom. You have shown that we remain a strong and just people, a people who do not give in to fear, but rise always in our righteous might to meet the challenges of the future. Together, we can do it. If we stand together and return to the free market principles and the constitutional liberties that built America. Once again, we can have morning in America. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you.
Sun coming up over New York City. School bus driver in a traffic jam, staring at the faces in a rearview mirror, looking at the promise of the promised land. One kid dreams of fame and fortune. One kid helps pay the rent. One could end up going to prison. One just might be president. Only in America, dreaming in red, white, and blue. Only in America, where we dream as big as we want to. We all get a chance. Everybody gets to dance. Only in America. Sun going down on an LA freeway. Newlyweds in the back of a limousine. A welder's son and a banker's daughter. All they want is everything. She came out here to be an actress. He was a singer in a band. They just might go back to Oklahoma and talk about the stars they could have been.
begins to get really good for our campaign, and we're excited about what lies ahead. And I ask people to join us. I'm the only one that can stop Donald Trump. I'm the only one that can unify this party and grow it. I'm the only one that consistently beats Hillary Clinton in the polls. Go to our website, marcorubio.com, and sign up tonight to be a part of our effort.
Thank you.